Hello, hello. This is me again. And I'm going to work on my programming language again. The Kast. We were trying to make simple game with it. And I would say that we have succeeded. Here's what we have created. Here is the game. A simple game to be used as an example. We will be making more complex, more polished games in the future, hopefully. But for now, I want to go back to actual language development. I need to improve the language. Okay, is this mute button now? Okay. And potentially maybe improve the website because it's completely out. No, it's not completely like that, but it is outdated. Hello, Penguin Operator. So the thing that I'm thinking of today is improve website, update website. Hello, Deagle. You're my idol and role model. I'm not sure if that's a good thing. Update website, and before updating the website, actually, I think that I will do a little bit of the change in the language, mostly the syntax changes. Instagram, I don't use Instagram, so, and I don't use LinkedIn. I don't use the social media, I would say, at all. Yeah. So when I say website, this is the programming language website, not my website, okay? The only website that I have is GitHub, I guess. You can look here, and Twitch. Dun, 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 dun. Look at all of this time. This is me playing Factorio and not doing anything. Was I playing Factorio until the June too? CSGO rank. Yeah. I'm not very good at CS. Not very bad, I guess, either. I don't know what my rating is. Like gold 1 or something, whatever that means. Hello, Nigel. So it has changed to pure number nows. Yeah, I don't remember the exact number though. It's been a while since I played it. I did play it this year, Counter-Strike, but no, not this year. Actually, I did not play it this year. This is already 2026. I did not. Alright, here's the syntax changes that I had in mind. I think we should change the way we create what I call tuples, right? Tuples are in the language a combination of anonymous tuples and named structs. So they can have both unnamed and named fields. We also use them to simulate the function argument. So when a function or a generic has multiple arguments, this is technically still having a single argument. of the type which is a tuple. Right? So the reason I want to change it, yeah, we'll use the curly brackets, I'm pretty sure. So the reason I want to change it is because it is sometimes I'm making the mistake syntactical. It's kind of like similar to why I was changing the functions to require parentheses. Calling a function without parentheses is cool, but it leads to, I think, bad syntax error messages. Not that I mean, I could improve them, but we can improve them even more if we like make these changes, basically. So one of the things that I sometimes write is like you call a function dbg print, right, like this, and then you accidentally print like a semicolon here for some reason, right? So this means basically that now I am trying to pass the unit function, the unit into this function as an argument. Because basically we calculate this two things and then the semicolon happens. Is this Rust or Camel? This is my language. This is Kast. Bum bum bum. So like, you know, it is very easy to do things like this. This is valid syntax though currently. Or in Kuvi's way of thinking, Kast is equal to Rust. Kast is not equal to Rust. Do you see at mut and you think this is Rust? But this is only one concept from Rust. There is a lot of other things that are different from Rust. But I mean, yeah, Rust is big inspiration for sure.
Make your language purely functional and write a white paper on it. Dethrone Haskell.
Hello there. Thank you for... That was a donation, actually. I did not receive a donation in like a billion years. Hold on. How do I see what was there again? This was like $10 or something, right? Thank you. I don't think I'm going to be writing papers though. Dethrone Haskell. Do you think that we need to dethrone, in order to dethrone Haskell, you need a paper though? Boom, 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 boom. If you think about it, that's all Haskell has, a bunch of papers. I think it's finally time to activate Linux, now that I got the money. Now that somebody actually donated money, we can activate the Linux. You think? You think so? Or is there a better way to spend that money? Hello, Death Razor. Hi. I think Haskell is a good language. But we can dethrone it. by but dethroning it, like what is Haskell actually being used for? Is the question, right? But yeah, we don't really think about dethroning other languages. I'm just making a language for myself. For now. All right. I was going to do the syntax changes. To require curly brackets on the objects. Yeah. I want to require curly brackets on the objects. Bum, 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 bum. But I don't want to change the way my functions are declared right now, right? So when I declare a function, I don't want this to be changed into curly brackets, I think. Even although it kind of like makes sense. But we don't want to do that when calling the function for sure, right? This also means that one of the changes is when I'm having a function with a single argument, this is now going to be a function with a tuple with a single field instead of actually the argument itself. Which means that there is now going to be no difference between me calling a function with a trailing comma or without a trailing comma when there is only one element, when there is only one argument. Right now there is a difference. But now it's not going to be any difference. Change it to this PC can't run Windows 11. Is that actually a watermark that Windows does? Okay, let's go to the syntax rules. Syntax rules. So we're going to copy the round brackets and we're going to call this the record, I guess. And maybe my tuple should be called records. So we use curly braces for those. At the same time, inside of the curly braces, I do not want to have the semicolon. I don't want to have like a lot of things. I don't want to have a let there, I think. So I believe that we start at the commas. So the priority of the thing... Wait, why is the priority of this the same as the comma, by the way? This should be different. Let's change this to 3 and 4. So I think what we want is we want to allow just the commas inside of this. So right now my syntax can only say that it is either like equal or it's either like greater or equal than the priority of the current syntax rule, or it can be any priority, in which case we specify the any here. But in this case, I want the child syntax nodes for the records to be basically more than or equal than the comma. And comma has the priority 5, so let's say more than or equal than 5. Should this be done inside a parenthesis, or like how do I want the syntax to be done? Let's see. Kast lax. If we do underscore colon more than or equal than 5, unexpected end of file. Oh, when I'm lexing, it still is parsing the rules. Yeah. Let's remove this for now. All right, so this is right now thinking that there are 3 tokens in this. So the colon more than or equal is all the same token currently. One day priority of leading union will be 10 digits of pi. Now we can just do this, of course. More than equal than 5. I kind of want it to be like without the spaces though. We can change the lexer so that this is like parsed as 2 separate tokens. What is the actual rule for whether the token? Because like what if I wanted to actually have the operator, which is like colon more than? Looks like an operator to me, you know? I don't know. Let's do this. Record, colon, more than or equal than 5. So this is the most verbose syntax for declaring the child nodes of the syntax. We specify what the priority of a child node can even be, right? Usually, most of the times we don't declare it. This is implicitly declaring the fact that the child node should have the priority that is strictly greater than the priority of the current rule. Sometimes we use the right or left arrow for the associativity, which only changes the last or the first child node to have more than or equal instead of strictly greater priority. And inside of the parentheses, we allow any things, but this is a special kind of parenthesis because I don't want to allow the semicolons inside and like all of this. So we want to declare the record. We start with this priority, is the idea. So yeah, let's first just make sure that the parser can handle this, because right now I'm not parsing this at all. Right? So what we want is to parse something like, you know, A and B. Like this. This is how we would create a tuple. Also, this means that when I'm doing the tuples, I'm going to use the curly braces for them, not the round braces. I don't want to be different syntax for tuples versus like structs. It's still the same thing. I think it's fine. A little bit maybe unusual sometimes, but I think that's okay. That's what Lua does, right? Hello, Amsoft. So we have the parser. We have the Kast parser. Kast parser has the rule, and over here we are parsing the rule definition, right? So right now, my rules, they have the filters which are greater than the priority, greater or equal to the priority, or any, right? Filter kind is that thing. So yeah, when we have a binding, which is the part of the syntax rule when we have parsed it, we can just specify the priority kind, right? While in reality, we kind of want to specify the full filter. So Maybe filter kind should be greater or equal. So this is like basically relative to the current rule, or it is the already known filter, like this. In this case, if we already have a filter, then we just return f. So when we say any, we should say filter any instead. So this is the same. No, it's not the same. Where's the error? Hello, bad cop. Print AST, filter, binding priority. The field access has type filter kind, but we expected the filter. Why did I expect the filter? Filter kind is what I want. So this is going to be filter any. Congrats on the accident. What happened? You got a job? Oh no. My condolences. You have to work now. And you're going to get all that filthy money. What's the job? You may have to download Claude Code or whatever. Oh, you got a job AI? I thought you said you are like anti-AI the other day, no? Well, you do what you have to do to get money, I guess. All right. Bum 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 bum. So, any more details? What exactly is the job? Non-AI jobs are slowly disappearing. Boom, 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 boom. All right. I introduced the new thing. Now I need to parse it. So in the rule of the parser, when I'm parsing the rule, we say over here, right? So this is the colon, which means that the priority after the colon can be any, right? Or it can be something else. So we are just going to say expected. Let's just say expected priority filter, I guess. Kast. It has a unhandled effect, Kast parser error, which is a little bit weird. I understand that this is the error. Oh, it's because in the default rule set, because this is a static variable, basically, which is done before I introduce the handler, which is why we don't see this thing here. Can I? Well, I mean, I guess it's fine. It's fine. We just don't see the error here. It's a little bit annoying, but I know what the error is. I know what the error is. So we say if it is any, then we do this thing. Right? Otherwise, we do the error. Activate priority filter. As default to greater. It's weird because I didn't interview for a job, but somehow I have it now. I don't know how that happened. I am an LLM that turns do you want a job into sure, why not? Yeah, I guess like that's the same way that I had my jobs. Like I never really went through. I mean, I went through the interview process, but then I declined the jobs when I was going through the interview process. And the job that I actually have was just because I said yes after I was asked. I don't know. I guess it's kind of like makes sense actually to me if you like are in such position. Instead of looking for a job, it's the job that's looking for you. That means that's nice, right? At the same time, because I never really looked for a job, if I for some reason need to actually look for a job, I don't know what to do then. Like I don't know. Yeah, I don't have a LinkedIn. Boom, 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 boom. Just ask ChatGPT for a job. Well, I mean, isn't that the world that they're trying to create? So yeah, I guess eventually you will have to ask ChatGPT for a job. All right, anyway, I'm trying to do the syntax changes and do more flexibility on how I define the syntax to do like the verbosity of how exactly the child syntax nodes are supposed to be parsed. So we have this priority filter. This is the filter of the of the child node. Right, so technically we should just like say either greater or equal than priority, or any. So yeah, that's what we're doing. So if if after the colon, which is colon specifies the this thing, right? If after the colon we have greater than or equal, then we are going to do this other thing, right? And then we also have just this single greater. Let's just do it fully here. So say Lexer advance. And then I say that priority is float from string. Wait, how do you parse a float? priority. Token shape as float. There we go. Which I say token shape as float. Laxer dot next. This one can do invalid argument. Float parse easy. Yeah, we are, you know, camel. So in this case, we say syntax rule priority filter greater or equal priority, right? And this over here is going to be similar, but this one is just greater. Maybe we could not copy paste, but it's okay. But these things can do the invalid argument, I guess. And in this case, I will just return 0. But I will say first. Expected priority. Got this. Token print priority token. Like this. And I will also say that, well, I mean, I guess over here also, I will say that this is parsed. Before parsing though, I will actually do Lexer advance, because in this case I don't want to consume the token, I think. Yeah, I definitely want to extract this into a function now. Let's see. Let precise. Yeah, let's precise. Why not a nexer lext? If you know any more job prompters, I'll be happy to generate them a response. Will prompt for food if they want that. Long as I at least get to read before committing. Precise F. I don't think we have the constructors as functions, you know, camel, but yeah, we can just have the function F here, and then so yeah, this is going to be doing like you know what? How about I basically want to say that this or this, right? There we go. Sure. In this case, I do not repeat. I just need to say that this is not greater or equal, but I will say that F is going to be match pick token raw with if it is some greater or equal, then it is filter greater or equal f, and if it is some greater, then it is f function f into greater f. If it is anything else, then it's supposed to be like unreachable. Yeah, that makes sense. So over here, I just say f priority. So this is a function. This function here returns syntax rule priority. This is not correct. This returns syntax rule priority filter. Yes, there you go. That works. Okay, so I think this should work. Let's try. Okay, I am back into my prompt. So now I can define the syntaxes more precisely. I'm pretty sure. So we can do more than or equal than 5 here. So if I try to parse now, right? Let's do this. Cast parse, right? So this is going to say that we have a record and we have a comma inside of the record. At the same, but it should not allow us to have the semicolon here because this is less than 5 priority, right? So it's going to instead say that we have unexpected semicolon inside, which is what I want. Right? Okay. And I guess similarly to this, actually, things like function arguments also should not have the semicolons inside. If you do want to have like an expression that calculates, then you would need to surround this with round brackets, right? And you would say like, you know, x semicolon, like this is something that is supposed to work. Because you have a single like record field, which is a unit in this case, for whatever reason, if you want to do that. Yeah, I think similar to this, we will have the functions, right? And instantiating the generics. So this is not any anymore. This is going to be more than or equal than 5. Should I, since this is more than or equal than 5 everywhere, like somehow also have the alias, because this is all over the place now. Core apply. What about the invoking a macro? I don't know. Do I have these things in other places? Also, when we do pipe into the thing, I guess this also has more than or equal than 5. There's also the core match in matching. I mean, I guess we should just in general look for the opening like brackets and see where they are used, right? So this is when I pipe into a function call. This is when I apply a function. This is invoking a macro. For this one, I think any is good. Variant. A variant is actually also similar. More than or equal than 5. Variant is actually similar. If any, right? I mean, loop. For loops, we want to have inside of this the semicolons for sure. Scopes can do any. Quoting should have any. Target dependent. This is similar to the pattern matching, right? So the question is, what do we do with pattern matching? In pattern matching, we do like the I reuse the function syntax a little bit weird, but kind of I only need the this. Oh no, I also do the unions actually, right? Yeah, we start with the unions. 399. I guess I don't really need to change this yet. Sun is exploding cam. Hold on. Now. It's okay. It's going to go away in a minute. I was looking through their repo, and Claude sure is co-author of a lot of commits. Wait, who's your employer? Wait, what's the company? Is that not a secret? Secret for now? Okay. Alright, so now that we can do this, we should just update all of the code and the way it works. So right now, basically, when I see a comma in the wild, right? When I see a comma in the wild, right? A, comma, B. This should no longer have a meaning. This should say that this is unexpected, actually. Right? Because this should only appear in specific places now. Either in a function call or in the dedicated record syntax. But let me commit this anyway. Interesting, my standard library is actually no longer works. Oh wait, hold on, what? Unexpected closing bracket? Over here? Wait, what? Why? Why is that so? I actually, no, this means that it's still broken. I am skipping all of the unexpected closing brackets, even though they're supposed to be expected here, right? I just opened it a second ago. Let's see here. If I have just function like this, it says that this one is unexpected. Okay. The closing one is unexpected. So that is, I guess, because I changed it to be more than or equal than 5, and that changed some... And this changed something. Alright. What did it change, though? Parser. Skip. Skip. Try skipping token because error, right? To do improve this logic. Okay. So we have the context continuation keywords, right? So it says skipping unexpected one, right? Yes. Which means that if it was unexpected, it means that it was not in my continuation keywords, but it is supposed to be in the continuation keywords. Let's see, where am I specifying this? Continuation keyword is like, how do I continue one of the like syntax nodes that is currently partially parsed, right? So whenever I start to parse the opening bracket, the closing bracket is supposed to go into the continuations keywords. So continuation keywords, if the next node value filter is none or any, then we can only continue with next keywords. Next keywords is based on the node that I'm parsing, yes. So in this case, now this is not any, right? So this is the main difference, I think. So we do the union of the continuation keywords and the next keywords, which means that the next keywords are still supposed to be there. Okay, can I see what are my current continuation keywords? Dun, 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 dun. Or we say not continue with keyword because this is in continuation keywords. Not continuing because it is in continuation keywords. Yes, that's right. Wait, what? No, that's not right. That is wrong. Yeah, if I have not made progress, and it's, yeah, I don't think I'm getting this way. Try continue with keyword. It's trying to extend the incorrect priority. Syntax changes. Let me do this here. Introducing dedicated record syntax. A, B, C is C. Right, like this is what I'm doing. How do I debug this thing? Keeping unexpected closing bracket. So I'm trying to parse the opening bracket. Inside of the opening bracket, I still really want to see A, B, and that C. I think dot makes more sense to me. Why should it be the tilde? Tilde does not make sense to me, to be honest. Dot makes sense. Dot means the field. OCaml? Yeah, but I'm not making OCaml, right? Dot means field. When we access a field, we use the dot syntax. And so why do we use a different symbol when declaring a field? Using the same symbol makes the language more consistent. It is actually not consistent in OCaml, because OCaml uses the tilde to declare the thing, but dot to access it. Also, a camel uses the syntax where you define the tuple like this. You define, I guess, A times B times C. Or I guess, I don't know, if A has the type int, right? Int, and C, int, like this. That's how you would define that stuff. So you also don't use commas there, but stars instead, which makes it even less consistent. Then it should be .0. No, it should not be, because we don't initialize it like that. Well, I mean, that is different, I guess. Because you can access the field in two ways. You can destructure it, or you can access... Well, I mean, yeah, in that case, the syntax is the same, right? You say, like, .0 is basically the shorthand syntax for just saying A. Sure, yes. It is the same. This is just shorthand syntax, I guess. In fact, you can see that in when I'm transpiling to JavaScript, I'm literally doing this right now. Optional does not really look that bad. Yeah, but what's the reason for it to be like that? I think even if it doesn't look that bad, even though I think it does, well, I use the dots everywhere. If you look at any like piece of Kast code, there's a lot of dots, right? For example, over here, std prelude dot star. This would then be written as std prelude star, like this. That's what we want it to look like. In English, well, we're not writing English, we're writing a programming language, so it doesn't matter what it means in English, really. Also, it doesn't matter what things mean in math too much. It doesn't matter too much. We can take those things into consideration, but... Alright. I need to debug the parser now to figure out why is it not parsing properly. Let's change all of the traces into infos. So here's what's going to happen, right? We parsed the simple f identifier, then we made progress. We are trying to continue with keyword. We are following with the keyword opening bracket. We are trying to continue with the keyword, trying to continue with value, trying to parse value to follow with. Trying to continue with keyword, but we are not continuing with the keyword because this is in continuation keywords. Wait, what? That makes no sense. Not continuing with the keyword because it is in continuation keywords. Context continuation keywords contains the keyword. I'm not continuing. Edge is keyword, so I'm trying to find the next node, right? The only place where continuation keywords are being set is this place where I'm trying to parse the inner value. Next node value filter. Wait, none or some any? Filter option. Value filter. Pum, pum. Pum, pum, pum. It's been a while since I looked at my parser. But isn't a value filter? Oh, yeah, in this case, the value filter is not any, but it is like greater or equal than 5. That's what we did, right? Which is why we are doing that. Greater than or equal than 5. Then we do that. Oh, wait. Oh, wait a second. I think I know what happens. What happens is that I do not allow the empty node inside anymore. Right? So if I say underscore here, this is going to properly be done. But if we do this, then we technically want to have the inner node inside of this parenthesis, but the inner node should be empty, but the empty node is only allowed right now if I am saying that it should be more than, it should be that it can be any priority. Right? So when I define, when I declare the syntax over here, does this can this child node be empty? That's the question. So right now I'm only allowing it to be empty if it is any priority. Otherwise I don't allow it to be empty, but I should. Maybe we don't use this, we just say any for now. It is going to like parse. We can discard the parsed semicolons later, I think. Fine. Fine. Yeah, this is parsing now. Just like before, like it should. Okay, so we introduced this new thing and we're not going to use it, but it's okay. It's okay. Maybe I will use it for something, okay? Maybe eventually. Allow more precise syntax child priority filter. Okay. But now that we can actually like parse this, like basically it means that we will still be able to parse like a semicolon b, but this semicolon is supposed to not be parsed here, right? We are parsing it, but we can discard it later when we like actually find the meaning of the syntax. Similarly to how I guess the outside of the curly braces, if I see a comma b, this should also be discarded. But I don't even have a way of discarding it in the parsing stage yet. So we need to discard it later, right? So specifically, we have the core syntax thing. So whenever so the way syntax works is when we see something like this, we want to basically compile this into like an expression. This is where what the core syntax is doing, right? It's trying to convert the AST into the expression or pattern or whatever. So if we just see the top level trailing comma or like comma, then we immediately were trying to convert that into the tuple, right? Which I called comma impl. But I think this should just be called... So this is a tuple field, and I think this is like a tuple impl is what I want to call it, because this is basically having the insides of the parentheses and turning that into the tuple expression, or a tuple pattern, or a tuple assignee, or whatever. Yeah. But now we are going to call this. So right now I'm calling this in multiple places. When I see the top level comma, when I see the top level trailing comma, when I see the top level field initialization, so we can actually do right now like dot a, and this automatically constructs a tuple with the field a. But that should no longer work like that. If we want to do that, we will require explicit things like this now, right? Yeah. So over here, actually all of these three top level things, we are going to discard them, right? So I'm going to say, fail top level tuple. Let's do that. Sure. So I will say that fail top level tuple. If I have a kind, which is a compiled kind. So what am I trying to compile right now? What is my AST? So this is just going to throw the error in the AST span. Did you forget curly braces? Let's just say that. And then we are going to initialize error. No, I still need the compiler here, I guess. Init error. Module C kind. AST span. AST data span. No, this is just C state. Sure, let's do this. Okay, so now, if I try to do cast like this, we're going to have a bunch of errors. Let's do cast examples like hello world. Because by default, if I do cast, it's trying to ignore the errors. So there we go. Did you forget this over here, right? So, but this over here should actually allow it because I'm defining a function. And when I am defining a function, I do not want to require curly braces here, of course. So we are going to say that if we are having function, right? So this is where when I define a function, the argument. So I'm compiling it as a pattern directly, right? But the way this should work is the argument is always a tuple. So we are going to have tuple implementation here, which I guess means that tuple impl should go higher up because this is not recursive, it seems. Let's move the tuple stuff higher to the top. Here. Let's actually start with this, apply, right? This is when I'm calling a function. So when I'm calling a function, the argument is not just an expression like this, but this is going to be a tuple implementation. So tuple implementation has module C, kind, and AST, right? So expression arg, it's a tuple expression argument, not a top level argument anymore. Instantiate generic is going to be the same. We're going to say that this is a tuple implementation, module C, expression arg. Okay. State, scope, assign, let, placeholder. Function type has the argument. And this is a type expression. So this is going to be a type expression tuple now. All right. So tuple impl. And the function the argument. It is not compiling this. This is going to be tuple impl. Update module C state pattern arg. And generic is going to be the same over here. Oh, I create a new thing. Yeah. Right. So say tuple impl module C pattern arg. Okay, let's see what's going to happen now. It's not going to compile still because... Okay, so now here we go. The type shape, the type inference is failing when I'm trying to instantiate this generic here. Right? Type is not equal to the tuple where the thing... Yes, type is not equal to the tuple with a single field type. That makes sense. So we have unwind token. This is a generic. with the argument being a single argument, right? This over here is a tuple with one thing. How about I do like dbg print unwind token. I do not have dbg print here yet, so I want native dbg print because it's not defined yet in the standard library what this is. Let's try that. This is printing me the name of the generic. Can I do type of? Okay, yes, it is printing the T. Yes, over here. This is still a single type and not a tuple. Which is weird. That's when I'm defining a generic tuple impl pattern arg. Let's see how tuple impl is actually done. If I have the thing, I'm trying to like collect the children here, right? How about I do this here? Log info log at this list tuple children is that, you know, we are going to say span print ast data, I mean span print span, and list print ast print children. So over here, over here, the tuple children are T. Wait, I see the issue. The tuple implementation was only called on this because I'm calling the function here, and on here where I'm instantiating the generic. But also over here should also be done because this is the generic arguments. I thought I did that, but I guess not. So I want to have like generic. So when I instantiate the generic, I do the tuple impl. When I define the generic... Oh, because I only did it for the type expression. Ah, because we can have like the type of generics and the generics themselves. Makes sense. This over here. I feel like I should just say the same stuff over here instead of saying the inner state. Instead of compiling this pattern, we do tuple impl. Okay, is this going to make more progress? It should. How do anonymous functions in Kast, like in JavaScript. I mean, everything is anonymous, kind of, so there is not really much difference. Okay, but now, because my native functions are saying that my argument type is this, we need to like change that, I guess. Okay, I think the function types, so like we now are actually no longer going to treat the functions as the functions with a single argument, because the argument is always going to be a tuple. So we're going to say type tuple here, I think. And type generic, this has a pattern, but this also is supposed to be a pattern tuple, potentially. Here's how you do it. Playground. You have a function f x into x plus x, I guess. dbg print f 2, right? This is the function. Do you use two tuples like Python, args and keyword args? Yeah. In this case, I need to specify the type, though, I guess. Although, yeah, because it was not defaulted. Need to, like, figure out why, though. I have an code exception object. Hold on, is my playground not working? Let me try the guessing number game again. I thought this was working. Oh wait, this one has completely the old source there to guess a number. Let me see here. If I do this, and if I try run, let's reload the page. I think I broke my playground. It was what this means. Or is it really slow right now? It still is parsing this thing. But yeah, like, unlike Python though, I don't treat those as two tuples. This is like, I have my tuples, which can have both like named and unnamed fields, so I don't really say that they are separate. It's just the same thing. Oh, there you go. It was parsed. Optional name not inferred. Interesting. All right. I'll fix that at some point, maybe. Not sure if we will get to the update website because the progress is happening very slowly. It seems. Boom, boom, boom. So yeah, I want to change my functions to now have the tuple types as arguments. Yeah. Let's do that. Print type tuple instead of printing type. Print type tuple. So type of function. No, this is the scope. Type of type tuple. Both type tuple. Okay. Unite type tuple. I complete type tuple. Substitute type tuple. Okay, when I do the evaluation in the interpreter, the argument, this is a type expression, we should basically evaluate type tuple, which is this. Let's do this. Evaluate type tuple. Well, I mean, I'm still parsing. The argument here is an expression type. So it's supposed to still be a tuple, right? Yeah, I think it is supposed to still be a tuple. Here. So we just say type, await inferred, type, shape, expect tuple. Right? Option, unwrap or else. Function arg is not tuple. New not inferred. No. This doesn't work anymore. Because over here I need to return the tuple. Actually, like, this is supposed to never happen. Let's just do fail here. For now, that's okay. When I have a native function, this says type into value. This is the type of a native, right? So now this is supposed to be the function type argument. Oh, but we cannot do that. We know that it's supposed to be a function, but what tuple it is, we cannot know. I cannot specify that, is what it means. That's what I would want to do. But it's not that easy. Let's undo. Let's undo. Hold on a second. I mean, I kind of want to do that, but I think that's not that easy. Core syntax though, this should be okay. So the only issue is then well, let's do things one by one. The issue right now is that I am saying that over here I'm trying to evaluate this thing, the native unwind token. This is right now a function that takes not a tuple as an argument, but a single value, because that's how I was defining my natives. So in the natives, right? Generic type, so this is a function. Right, this is the generic types, the unwind token. That's the thing that's failing. So we know that the type of this is a single type, but that's not what it is. Now it is a tuple with a single field called type. So if this is a type function, this is a type, right? So this is going to be a tuple where we have the fields, right? Tuple make. So we have a single unnamed field, this, and no named ones. Then we also need to have a name, which is optional name, new, not new inferred, span none. Is that how I do it? Yes, but tuple now is supposed to be the type tuple fields, not types, which have the types, symbols, and labels, but the symbols and labels are now type is this, symbol is none, label is none. This is type tuple field. So this specific thing should work, I think, in this case. No, it's not going to work because when we're doing this, we're now expecting a type when I'm implementing all of my natives, and this is going to break everything. Oh no. That's a lot to change, actually. I mean, maybe not that much, just all of the native things. But yeah, we basically want to say over here first value expect tuple option unwrap. Why is there no option unwrap here? Oh, because I never have that.
Hello, Nerdsel.
Hello, Nerdsel. I think maybe that we want to... So this is a tuple value. Let's see in other natives actually, like mod this, for example, right? This one does not have such things. Mod random, right? Yeah, we just expect tuple option get, which is unwrap. Okay. So now this is not supposed to be args, this is supposed to be args. But yeah, let args be this, and then the single argument is going to be args tuple unwrap single unnamed, I guess, in this case. But after that, we say value expect type. But we also need to claim the places of the fields, of course. I feel like this is boilerplate that should be extracted somehow here. Right, so yeah, we say arg, right? But we say that arg is basically, we want the single unnamed one. And then we say that arg is claim arg place. Right, now that I have the value, actually, we expect that one to be a type, after all. All right. Now we go for the other thing, create context type, right? So like there's a bunch of natives that do this thing. If they have a single argument, now I need to go through this process, right? So how about I make a helper for this? I do have the common stuff, I guess, right? This is my native function. This has a yes, argument is type new not inferred. A value native function. Type is this. I don't have implementation. Yeah, let's have a thing here which is going to be called single arg. So if we have argument value, this should give me the value back, right? Span. The way I want to do this is basically over here. I will say that arg is single arg. And this is all that it is about. Right? That makes sense. Okay, and now I can do this in all the other places. Okay, so specifically the create context type. We have arg, right? I will say that arg is single arg. Panic is the same thing. New opaque type is the same thing. Well, I mean, this one doesn't have any args, so it doesn't matter. Char code is the same thing. Char from code is the same thing. Compare functions are not. DBG print. is okay. Read file. IO print. IO input. This is the prompt, I guess, in this case. Networking. Read line. Right. This is one already tuple. Connect. Connect. Bind. Listen. This one is a tuple already. Accept. Is a tuple already. We'll have to like test all of this. Binary operator. This is args. The unary operator. It's having the single arg. Random is okay. String length, I guess. String at this is going to be called args. Substring. Iterate the string. Argument must be tuple. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, because well, this one is native. That's okay. To string. String to string. Parse. And then sys. This also has this thing everywhere. So I say arg is a single arg span arg z. Where we just rename this to args. Okay. What is that? Char from code, args. This, I forgot to spend here. Okay. Did not work. Okay, what else doesn't work? Did you forget this thing? Okay, this is actually... Wait, what? Did you forget the curly braces over here? I did not forget the curly braces over here. This is me specifying a function. This is me specifying a function, right? Oh, yes, it's because this over here is a scope. That makes sense. So, yes, now I'm trying to parse the entire thing, including the parentheses as the thing, right? But that is not correct. So we have like two ways of, I guess, having a function. We have like argument into result, or we have, you know, argument 0 and argument 1, for example, into result, right? So in this case, I'm parsing this as a tuple, which doesn't contain any commas. So we see that this is a tuple of a single element. But in this case, since I'm doing the top level thing, we see that this top level thing is the tuple of a single element, which is like in parentheses. But I guess we need to make now this parentheses to be part of the syntax, I guess, right? And like the insides of the parentheses is the tuple here, unless we actually make this parentheses to be the curly braces. I feel like I don't like that idea, right? I mean, it's not too bad of an idea, but the problem is that calling the function would I would want like to use the to call the function with argument like that too, and that's something that I think is weird looking. Yeah, let's instead say, so my core syntax, we're going to have this tuple impl. Tuple impl is going to say whether I should let's do this. Remove like can like allow top level parents, you know. So basically I'm going to say that the actual AST that I'm giving it is, I'm going to say that if allow top level parents, then one thing, otherwise we just give the AST as is. So this is going to be match AST shape with. So by default we just say that we return a AST, but if it is a complex thing where rule name is core scope, I guess, because that's what parentheses are called. So in this case we have root children AST tuple unwrap single unnamed AST child expect AST. So this is the child, and I mean, and this is what we are going to parse as the thing. I think that's the idea. So now whenever I call the tuple impl in all of these places, right? For example, when I'm doing the apply, we already have the parentheses as part of this thing here, which means that no, I'm going to say that allow top level parents is false. Here, if we do instantiation generic, allow is false. If I say that we create the function type, though, this is where we can allow the top level parents. It's either this or defining that stuff in the syntax rules. I'm not sure which one is simpler. When I define the function itself, we also don't require parentheses, so we say that allow top level parents is true here. When I create the generic, though, we do not. Because we have the square brackets in this case false. Right? Is that it? Did you forget these things? Okay, but this over here now is correct, right? So when we return the I am trying to create the iterable here. So in this case, I'm trying to create a tuple. I'm trying to create the object, the struct, and but I'm using these brackets. But in this case, since we create this object, we're actually going to use the dedicated record syntax now for this, right? Which seems like it's not been parsed. Why is it not being parsed? There is no core syntax record. That's right. So now we want to actually have the core syntax record. Right? Record. So when we do the record, I know that I have a single unnamed child. So this is like my actual stuff. And we are just going to say tuple impl allow top level parents is false, module C, and kind AST. That's all. Yeah, I think that is correct. All right, did I forget this here? I surely did. So we are just going to replace some round brackets with curly brackets. That's all that is needed now. This is supposed to tell me where... yeah, over here, I'm returning a tuple of two things. The tuples are going to be this instead now. Wait, excuse me, what's wrong here? I'm trying to return the tuple here. Is it because I'm compiling core record and this has a trailing comma? Oh, wait, I understand though. I understand. That is my limitation of let's call this inner. I want to, in my tuple impl, right? This has the binary rule name, but we also actually want the trailing or leading rule name here. Trailing or leading rule name. JSON is one step closer to just being JSON. Yeah. I think I just do this. All right. What's the issue here? Did I forget these things here? This is a function argument. This is a pattern. Oh, I see. I see. It's because this is a pattern, so I did not do that here. Shouldn't it have complained about this thing too? I'm compiling expression, comma... Oh, wait, hold on. Variant. No. This thing is selected, not this. It's because this thing is selected, it's also highlighting that stuff. Yeah, so inside of this variant... yeah. Variant. Core syntax. Variant. Over here. So if I say a variant, then I have the value ASD, which is that. So we do option map, compile expression, but instead of compiling the values, these can be tuples. Right? So we say tuple impl module C. Allow top level parents false because we already have the parents here. Okay. Did I forget this here? Yeah, so now also when I'm creating the type, I was using the round brackets. I'm going to actually do this when defining the types too. Implement is also... Is there a way to replace the parentheses? Like surround? No? There's probably a way in VS Code to replace the parentheses around the selection. Do you think it's a good change or a bad change that I'm doing right now? I'm pretty sure it's a good one. Expected tuple got type int 32. So now when I'm implementing this thing, yeah, there is an issue with that, with how it was for sure. But I mean, maybe I'm just like over. Maybe the issue is not that big, you know. But yeah, I have written a little bit of code in Kast, so I think it is an issue, which is why I'm doing that. This should improve the readability, be less weird. So when I'm doing the implementation, this is now taking a single argument, but this over here is the single thing. This now expects a tuple of a single thing, but this is a single thing, not a tuple, right? So I guess it's just how I'm implementing this stuff. Impl cast. Let's see here. So we have the value itself, right? So one of the weird things though is that let's say this is how we do traits, right? Can I just like, since my LSP is not supposed to work anyway, let's just remove it. So this is how we do the traits. If I had a trait which is having multiple parameters, right? For example, for the add trait, which I don't have yet, let's say that we have trait add, right? This is going to be like left-hand side and right-hand side thing, which implements the thing. You know, how do we add these two things? This is going to be like output is a type, I guess, and the yes, I don't do this because I don't have the associated types yet implemented. So we just have add. So, but this is supposed to be a function which takes like left-hand side and right-hand side and returns I don't know, I guess self dot output, where self is like this struct itself, right? That's how I want my overloading for the operations work. And then when you implement it, you say implement, I don't know, like int32 and int32 as add, as this thing, you know? So now I guess I need the distinction. Now I need a distinction, actually. Whether I'm implementing this, whether this is like this single argument, or is this like all of the arguments, you know? You know what I mean? Well, I mean, actually, we do have a distinction. The distinction is the curly braces, because that's not how you do a tuple, right? If you want to actually do a tuple, you would do the curly braces, because that means that we are implementing like a trait where for this type, which is a tuple of two integers. But if I want to do that, then it's going to be that. Yes, okay, that actually makes sense. That actually makes sense. I think that this means that when I have the impl cast, right, my value is always going to be a tuple, actually, right? Wait, is it? I mean, at least the way I'm doing it right now, it is. Because, like, the value here is basically the argument to the target, which is a trait. Yeah, so value, but I can surround it with parentheses, I guess, right? So we just say tuple impl, allow top level parents is true, and then we say module C expression or value. Yes, I think that's good. And I need to do this in impl as module, though, is different, I guess, in this case. And then when we say, like, actually the cast implementation, right? So this is where we see the syntax, like type as trait. In this case, my value is also supposed to be a tuple. And we allow top level parentheses to be true. Here. Let's see what's going to happen now. So, okay, did I forget this? Okay, yeah, I did forget this. So this is now when we construct an object. We do the same. This is where I'm specifying the types. I use curly brackets. Yes. Over here, for example, we see the syntax that was previously accepted and now I don't want to accept, right? So we say that enumerate, right? We basically initialize the value outside, we do the semicolon, and then I return the object without, like, even round parentheses even are not here, right? But this thing is returning the object with a single field called iter. Now I want to surround this with things. You know, I think it makes it more understandable. Over here also, since this is a tuple, we now do this. Inference error when I'm compiling this thing. This is actually interesting. So here's the issue, right? We have iterable. We have iterable, and the we are iterating over multiple arguments in this case, right? So we no longer can. So the consume is a function with a single argument, where the single argument is a tuple. So now this is going to also be called like this. I think this actually also makes sense, right? And makes it less confusing, right? Because we are producing a single thing in our iterators, right? Not so, like, our consumer is a function that takes a single argument. But the single argument in this case is a tuple, but previously I did not need to, like, do that. But now I do. I think it does make sense here. Okay, next. Same stuff here. Over here we are doing the destructuring, which also will require the curly braces, not round braces. Okay. And now, since I'm iterating over this thing, this is now a function with two arguments, but we're supposed to have a single argument, which is a tuple, which is now different, actually. Iterable iter pattern for pattern in iterable do body. This error message is not very good. It seems when I was compiling this, inference error. But inference error is inside over here. I guess it is inside of the iter.ks, right? Do I have a 4 here even? Well, but I don't have a 4 here at all. Yeah, like this is the error reporting in the presence of macros is I need to improve that too. Okay, I need to go take a bathroom break. I'll be back in 5 minutes or something. I'm back. All right, what it is now? Oh yes, I had the weird error. I don't want to work on it right now. Let's try guessing instead where the error actually is. Let's instead try guessing. So we are using, this tells me that the issue in one of the for loops. Whenever we're using the for loop. So let's look for loop. And the standard library somewhere, right? And also, hold on. And also it says that it happens after I do this. So it is actually in something before that. Because basically, since I introduced the iterator, everything that was dependent on the iterator now is compiled. So it's not one of these files, it's one of these things, right? So it is probably string, because I had the for loops here, right? So for, right? This thing for I, C at I, in iterate, yes, for I, C at I. For I, oh, this over here. I see the issue. This over here. I see the issue. Okay. And I think there is no more fours. Okay, did you forget the curly brackets? I did. Option. Let's take a look at the option. Let's take a look at the option. There is some issue here somewhere. Is it? It's std string over here. Std option t int32 char. Because this is a thing. It has a triple inside, yes. Is not equal to none or some. Wait, some or none is not equal to some or none. It looks like they look exactly the same though. No, they don't. One of them has the things like that, and one of them doesn't. I see it over here. This is the issue, right? This is the issue. So I'm creating the sum variant here with two things. But now we have a single, like, because this is similar to functions, right? We have a single thing inside of the variant, which is that. Compared to before, we have an extra thing. I don't know if this is okay. This is okay. This over here also needs this in parentheses. This over here needs to this in parentheses. That's a lot of parentheses now, though. Bum 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 bum. Now we're to trips. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay, all right. This is node with this object inside. By the way, singleton, this... let's do that one without the extra parentheses around. Update data. This returns node with object. Node left data, node right data. Update data. Why is there spaces here? I don't know. This type and this... Oh no, but in this case, this new type, because... Yeah. Because this is a variant one. In this case, we use the round parentheses still. And in this case, this is a single just alias to a generic function type. Okay. So over here, when I'm returning two things from the function, I will need to surround those in curly braces too now. I think like the biggest downside to this change that I'm doing is something like this. So previously I was just able to do, you know, let A, B is 1 and 2, for example, right? Or if I want to swap things, I could do like A and B is BA, right? But now in order to do this, I will need to actually say that this we surround with parentheses and this we surround with those two, right? Which is, I guess, how like Rust does it, for example, even although they use the round brackets. But yeah, it's like the biggest downside, kind of. Unless I like special case it for like the I don't know. We'll see. Let's not do any special casing for now. To match left and right. Yes, and I'm matching on the tuple like this. Yeah, and also like in terms of like familiarity, the unnamed tuples are using round brackets in your common programming languages, but the actual structs use the curly brackets. But I use the same syntax for both because there is no difference. which may be a little bit confusing when you see this first time. While compiling place expression core record, this is a place expression. Like in this case, we're actually constructing a temporary. So it thinks that this must be that, right? Let's see, core syntax record. I'm just doing the tuple impl, so it must be a tuple impl, right? This thing. Comma, checked earlier. Where is it checked? Place expression, this. Oh, because I'm doing the AST. I see. I see. We don't check that here. I think we don't check that here. And I instead say fail here. Tuple place expressions question mark. We will instead handle this in the record syntax. Right, so this over here, if I'm trying to actually, right, I'm going to match kind. If I am actually trying to compile the place expression, then I'm going to say temporary expression. Module CAST. If it is so, but type expressions, patterns, and assignees should be able to be the thing, the tuple, the records, right? It's just a place expression. Boom, 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 boom. All right. Did I forget this thing over here? I did. Okay. Did I forget this thing over here? I did. Yeah, so now when I want to introduce the two things, we need to do that. I will need to do the same thing over here. While initializing this expression, split T, node right F. When I'm applying this function, we have the type inference error now. Type shape empty or node. Is not empty or node underscore. Where exactly is the issue? So update data. This returns trip T, which is node with this thing. Wait, which one specifically is causing the issue? Yeah, like, why is this one causing the issue, but this one, for example, is not, right? Node. Function node splitter. No split behavior. This seems like a correct code, I think. So my error message is well, I'm compiling the place expression apply. So we have a function that returns left, right, or node. Oh, wait. Hold on a second. No, never mind. Never mind. Never mind. I'm not sure what the error is here. My error message is horrible. How to make it better? How to make it better? So we are saying that this function type is not the function type that we expect it to be, because the empty or node is not empty or node, or something else. When I'm calling the function split. Wait, this is split. This returns TT and TT. This is when I'm compiling this stuff. Can it be that the other... Just know that the values of type T, we don't know the types of all of the other things here when we're doing this type checking. Boom, 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 boom. I need to like minimize the code here to understand. Probably. Wait, this over here is wrong. This over here is wrong. I did the curly brackets here, but these curly brackets are actually wrong. I need this to also not compile, I guess. So like, I'm trying to create a type which is a tuple, which has a single element, which is either empty or node, which is different from what I want, right? I want to declare the variant type here, not the struct with a single element within the variant type. I found it. This returns the thing. This returns the thing. And this returns the thing. This returns an object. And this one also. The list, sure. Collection, this is a queue. This over here needs to be that. KV, this is a map now. So the map itself and the key value pair are those things. This and that should be surrounded. This and that should be surrounded. So trip singleton, this takes an object as the argument. That makes sense. STD string, okay, this returns the stuff. Okay, hello world. Okay, finally we are back to the hello world. And it works, it seems. The hello world, at least. Right, now I need to check all of the code that is also... Oh my god, we need to like update. I think I want to keep my Advent of Code solutions work, so I want to update that code. I don't think I can do this automatically, really. Can I? Like we had this when I last changed the syntax of how I apply the functions. We were doing this automatically by rewriting from the old syntax to the new syntax, but now I cannot do that anymore. I mean, there's probably a way to write this automatically, but I think it will actually take less time for me right now if I do this manually. Let's also, I have a bunch of examples in this repository, right? But I'm not really testing them. I want to maybe split my examples into those that are supposed to work and those that are not supposed to work. Let's try like TCP server and client, for example, right? I think this one is still going to work properly, though. Like, let's try Kast examples TCP server. And then we also do, in the split, we do Kast examples TCP client. Right? So this example worked. I should like make sure that my tests are working automatically, though. It would be really nice to do the CI for this, right? Which I'm not doing currently. So we should. We should. I should just write the actual test for those, right? Let's pretend that it all works, though. Let's pretend that it all works. And commit all of this that I have changed, right? So dedicated record syntax. I probably will want to like, let's try to run the formatter now on all of the Kast source codes, right? And see. Well, I cannot format the one that doesn't parse, I suppose. Right, let's try to run this separately on every. Okay, so the formatter only changed 2 files. This one over here, that makes sense. We need a space after the let. And this over here is introducing this object inside. Can we have the formatter to keep the nested parentheses like next to each other. Bum 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 bum. I'm going to accept this though. So this is a node with this being my inner data. Yeah. This is a little like worse than it was before. So yeah, one of the downsides that I see is that like, so I could say that this node is the variant that contains these fields. Maybe we should think a little bit more about the syntax here, right? Like, if I use the curly brackets to, like, we use it to group the data, why don't I use the curly brackets over here when I declare the variant? And previously, because like my variant types were actually like having a single like type that is inner, but now this is more special cased. This is making it a little bit weird. So like, if I can inline this, I can inline this here, but basically previously I had the type alias of the entire associated data of the variant, but now I don't have it anymore, which is bad. I would like to keep it the way it was. Same for functions, by the way, but I guess we never did this for functions. Right? It's kind of a problem currently. Which means that, like, if I want to have this, like that. Or another option is to actually inline this thing here, right? So what we want is to say that our node is either this or that, right? So we are that's how you would write it in Rust, right? For example, you would inline the enum stuff here, but then I still want sometimes to like refer to like this object. And that is something that Rust has no way of doing right now, but we had. One of the other options is saying over here ... data, which means that we basically inline this field here, inline this type over here, right? Because that is going to lead us to having this thing, yes, indeed. But the issue with this, is that it makes this thing to be a different type than this type still. Another option is to have two syntaxes. I think maybe we do this. So imagine if we want to have an enum, right? Right now we have like, I don't know, we say like variant data, right? But what if we also support variant curly braces data, and this is having different meaning? The meaning would be that in this case, we actually specify like the inner data structure directly. I mean, basically this over here is a shorthand syntax for that, I suppose. So, but why do we want that? Because we want to, when we specify the variant with data, we still want to pattern match and capture the entire thing, not just like some individual fields, right? So like this data, right? So we have like field X and we have field Y, right? Or we can say data, which specifies the entire object here, right? Because in this case, we are constructing the compound data structure, right? That's what the syntax is supposed to mean. And in this case, we already have it, like, right? Right. So yeah, basically the idea is just to have the shorthand syntax of variant this meaning that, right? That's all. But it means that inside of these parentheses we actually like we don't expect a tuple there. We just expect a single thing. Always inside of the variant. Which makes that a little bit different than the functions in this case. Right? Because if I call the function, so the original idea was that if we have a function with multiple arguments, yeah, then we, like previously, we basically could say that arguments is x and y, and we would just call the function with the arguments. This and this was meaning the same thing, but now it doesn't mean the same thing, because now my arguments is like, this is a single argument and this is two arguments, right? So we kind of like want to be able to do this still. Well, I mean, but I think in the case of the function arguments, having the ... syntax actually is okay, right? because we don't do the pattern matching there. So I think in case of the functions, having this specified explicitly as a dot 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 is fine. But in case of a variant, it's not. So they are a little bit different, right? Because this specifies the data and this specifies like... Well, I mean, the biggest problem is the like I could do the dot 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 here, right? When defining the data structure, I think that's okay. The problem comes when we want it to be... Right, it's like over here, I'm inlining this type over here. The problem is when I'm doing the pattern matching, right? I say like match variant with you know, this variant data. In this case, I want to basically like capture all of the variant arguments as one, right? Well, I mean, I guess, hold on, I guess we actually can do like dot 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 data here, right? And this is what would capture the entire thing. Then I would not need this special syntax, and we do like the same thing, right? Yes. But the issue... Actually, there is no issue. Wait, actually, is there even an issue? Maybe this is okay? Do you like this? So imagine Rust, right? Maybe like it's easier to understand on the Rust example, right? So let's say that you have an enum foo, and you have like a variant like A, right? Which has I don't know. Let's say that it has 3 fields, you know, I32, and like string two fields, right? Whatever. So we want to write the function foo, which takes as argument foo, right? We want to match foo with A. So right now in Rust, the only thing that you can do is you can say that this is like A and B, and then you do something with it, right? Which introduces the 2 variables, but I want to combine these 2 variables into a single variable immediately, right? So we would just do dot dot... I mean, in Rust, you do double dots, but I'm going to do like triple dots, right? So like triple dot data. Now this data is basically all of the data inside of this, right? So we will say that A and B is data now, right? Why did you introduce multiple arg semantics for functions, and does the reason apply to variants? Because I can think of one reason: methods. Yes. But it doesn't make sense to use variants as methods. Yes. The methods were the reason why we changed the function syntax, indeed. One of the main reasons. So you're saying that the variant types should basically keep the old semantics, right? Keep the old syntax. Someone. I don't think... I mean... Oh, you want me to even like remove the parentheses here? I see. Yeah, can I remove the parentheses here? Technically, I can, I guess. And in this case, basically, so, which means basically that if you want to specify the data structure, you know, like in this case, we would say like just some node data t, right? But if I wanted to inline this, I would just say node, and then we inline the fields like this directly. Because now there is no like extra parentheses here, like I currently would do. Yeah, why did I do this for like this? Because they are similar. Because they are similar. Actually, this is a good question. I mean, the functions not requiring parentheses were like kind of like similar to the reason I want the record syntax, because it leads to like bad syntax error messages when you like mess up your code and forget the parentheses. But in case of but I guess the variants are like less error prone. They are disambiguated because of the colon. Yes, and like, I mean, I guess like previously, right? Previously, let's say that I wanted to call a function f using none, and then using like the different argument, right? Like when you're doing the functional programming language, right? You would say like f none x, right? So which basically means that this x belongs to our application of the function, not to the data of this thing, right? But since we require parentheses for this, we don't have this issue anymore, and we can get rid of that, actually. Big news, Robert Pattinson. I got a brand new, fresh, juicy plastic PC. Chinese plastic PC. What do you mean plastic PC? Is my PC plastic? What does it mean to be what does it mean plastic PC? Is that different from like regular PC? Bum 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 bum. It means non-durable. Yeah, I think my you mean like case, right? Mostly plastic instead of silicon. Yeah. I mean, when you say PC, I'm guessing the case is plastic. I think I like this idea, right? Actually. Let's try this again. If I find the issues with this syntax where we like don't have the parentheses for the variants, then we might change it back, I guess. But I kind of like the variant types without the parentheses, I guess. Yeah. Change variant to not require parents. Right, so we just say like some data instead of some data with parentheses. Case and monitor and keyboard. Everything is due in plastic. Pretty sure my keyboard is plastic. The monitor, probably not. Well, actually I have two monitors. I think one of them is, and one of them is not. There's even a proud made in China statement on the back of the chassis. Nice. All right, let's just change the syntax now. So we say that variant with data is not requiring the parentheses anymore. So we just say label followed by value, and so this value is just that, right? That's all. That's all that we do. Which means that we actually never wrap. We just need a space in between. You think your monitor is full metal, even the board? Well, not full, but I see something that is not metal here. Okay, this is still going to work if we use the parentheses, though, right? Because this value can just be parenthesized now, and that's all. Yeah. Unexpected F. Well, I mean, this one is unexpected indeed. Node data T. Expected a generic. Wait, I might also need to change the priorities then, right? Because variants have the priority of 90, which is higher. Which is higher than the priority of me calling functions. Where's my function application? Function is 70. Yeah. So my variant should not be 90. But that's because I'm also unwinding here. Hold on a second. We might have like other issues if we do the syntax. My brand new keyboard is so cheap and plastic, it smells bad. All right, but okay, so if we don't require the parentheses, then we need to think about the priorities here more carefully. Like, for example, we should I don't know. If I make the priorities of these to be lower than this, right? Like, for example, this code, how should this code be? Like, you know, we say some function argument, right? Well, I mean, I think, I guess it's pretty obvious, right? This belongs to that, which means that function application is higher priority than the thing. For sure. Also, should this be like right associative? Let's say that I want to have like some data, you know? Does this mean that it should automatically be right associative, or do we not do any association? Is another question. I guess no association is okay. Now variants will have the best threat narrow on less than 70. What do you mean? You said yes to what? This should be right associative? So we don't require parentheses here, so some data should just work, you think? well, I mean, it should work, right? Because we want to like say some none. In this case, like, or like, I don't know, some node, some node with like my data, right? Yeah, I think the right associative actually makes sense, right? Like you know, we want to return. We're working with trips here specifically, right? Like binary trees or whatever. We want to like find the node, like by index, for example. So we want to return either some node or like none. I think that would be fine. Let's try this. I mean, we can play around with the syntax easily, which is a nice thing, right? So we can make the variant with data, like, and it's never going to be ambiguous, actually, right? It's never going to be ambiguous because the value is a single thing anyway. So this is the thing that is a right associative. This thing is not when we have a variant without the data. So for example, if we say like some none and like this data, there is no way to associate this like with this node anyway. So like, because this syntax doesn't make sense anyway, right? So now we just do the priority 69, right? Hello buffer. Let's see if this works in the existing code. Field label must be identifier. So now the issue is that now the issue is that this over here, this name of the variant is actually like, can be any expression right now too, right? Which means that we actually think that it's colon, like if we have the parentheses here, some data, this is actually parsed as this, but this doesn't make sense as the variant name. Let's change the way this is parsed too, right? I have a way to like specify the priorities though here. So maybe like this label should have like big priority, 1000, right? And not just any priority that is higher than my priority. I can do that. So I could say like label is more than or equal than 1000. So like if for some reason I think like I can see that in the future that we can have first class labels in the language, in which case like having this as an expression would make sense, you know. So like, you know, we will say something like, you know, like variant label is like some, and then we say like colon variant label data, you know, something like this. I can see this working. Similar for like the fields of the structures. So we can say like dot variant dot label. I mean, let's just call this label, I guess, right? Dot label is equal to some data. I think this also, I actually already support this syntax. I think it actually even works in the interpreter right now. Maybe not. I remember that I made this syntax though work. So yeah, but we don't want this to be any, right? So we actually have the priority specification here that this is something that is like these things. Yeah. Okay. JavaScript too. Is it the same in JavaScript? I thought in JavaScript you would say like basically like this label is data, right? That's how you do it in JavaScript, I guess. I think. Right? Yeah, that's how you do it. The semantics are still the same, right? So you can say like you can say like 2 plus 2 is world, right? So you can have the expression here, right? This doesn't need to be a literal, is the idea here. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Did you forget this node? Okay, so now since this is the two things, we just say node t and t, right? This is just node data t, okay. All right. Did you forget these things? Yes. Yeah, actually, I do like this. So we use this when we are like combining multiple data types into a single type, right? That's what the curly braces mean. Like the only exception is the functions, I guess. We don't use the curly braces here. Even although we are supplying multiple datas, which is similar. But yeah, I think function special casing is okay. So this seems that works. Let's try guess a number. Guess a number didn't work because no implementation of int as a gen range. Okay. No implementation of type int32 comma as gen range. Yes. This should work though. Oh wait. I know why this doesn't work. I know why this doesn't work. Because the tuple and another tuple are not necessarily the same types, because we can name a tuple which creates like the named type like this over here. So because of that, the int32 and int32, when they are written in two different places, they are not necessarily the same, because this is having a not inferred name, because we don't know if this is actually named or not, and we don't know if this is named or not. Although I think actually we can do that if I say that in this specific case the function the name is known to be none, so it is anonymous. You know how, yeah, like if, and similarly goes for the functions, I guess, right? Yeah. I think I do like that. Let's see here. So we have tuple impl, right? And I feel like if we allow top level parents, if this is true, which is true in two places. When I am specifying the function type, when I'm specifying the function, when I'm doing impl cast, and when I'm doing the casting. Those are the places, right? So casting and functions are the two things that allow the top level parents. And this means basically that these types are always going to be anonymous, also, is another thing. So the question is, how do I make sure that things are anonymous, you know? So I think what this means is that my type expression tuple, my like all of these things, like tuple of, I think is good. Like this thing should know if it is anonymous or is it like not anonymous before, like, so that, yeah. I don't know if that makes sense, but I think like it's not like it's anonymous or named, but like, is it guaranteed to be anonymous, right? Guaranteed anonymous. Boolean, I think, is what we want. So when I'm doing the unification, I guess we will in this case only unify in that. Wait, what is this even? Unite pattern. Oh, this gives me the binding list. Not the pattern as a result. Makes sense. Makes sense. I think. This is substitution, which we just keep this here. This is evaluation. For evaluation, it doesn't really matter. I just want this information to be done in the type, for the type inference, basically. So we ignore this thing here. Evaluate expression tuple. Don't care about that. Pattern bindings doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. This is pattern matching. JavaScript transpiler, I guess, also doesn't care about this. Complete type expression. We ignore that. Tuple type. This is the compiler. This is where we figure out the type of the tuple. So yes, this is where we actually care about this thing. So basically, we say that the tuple name is not inferred originally, right? But if we are guaranteed to be anonymous, we are going to actually set the name to be none here. Right? Yeah. So name is going to be like if guaranteed anonymous, then optional name inferred none, otherwise they not inferred. Okay, so when I'm creating the tuple, guaranteed anonymous is basically if I allow top level patterns. That's all. Right? Let's just do this in the beginning. Once. Right? Guaranteed anonymous is allow top level parents. When I implement the syntax, this one is a little bit guaranteed anonymous. In this case, I guess can be true. Because we're implicitly creating a function here, right? Yeah. Sure. Okay, let's see now. No implementation of int32 still. Wait, is that a different issue? Hold on a second. Because I was defaulting for that anyway, right? No implementation. But when I did this, what actually happened? Interpreter core, implement Kast. Let's do the info here. What are the implementations that I added? Right? Type int32 was added as a gen range, but then it cannot be found. Okay. Does it mean that I have a value map which is not working correctly? Or does it mean something else? I think that the reason is that they are not equal because now these are tuples and tuples are different because the places inside of them are different. Maybe? Hold on. So there's another bug here, I think. I could not have the implementation for tuples before because they're different values, right? So the question is, how do we decide if the value is equal in case it is a tuple? So I'm using the derives. I think I should not have used the derives for that stuff, but we are deriving equality for value shapes, basically, and we have value tuple, and this thing is just deriving the equality value tuple field, right? So the equality is the equality of places, but this should be the equality of values inside of the places instead. Right? Hello non-codes, how are you doing? Hi. I'm changing the syntax of my language, and I realized that I have the bugs in the language. I am not supposed to be here. Why not? Are you supposed to work right now? It's okay. The boss is not. If the boss doesn't see it, then it's fine. You know, we're not going to tell. Oh, it's 4 in the morning. What kind of bugs? I consider the things right now to be not equal, I think, is the idea. So, so, hold on a second. How do I do this? Create a new file. Yes. We say this. So we have tuples, right? Let's say like 1 and 2, right? For example. And this should be equal to another tuple, which is 1 and 2, right? But it is not equal. Well, I mean, at the same time, like if you are used to something like JavaScript, if you have a list of 1 and 2, is it equal to another list which is 1 and 2? It is not, because it is not, right? But I want this to be the case, because I want it to be closer to the I want to have like Rust semantics in this case here. The reason it is not equal though is because I am still storing in like the representation for the interpreter is that I am still storing basically for every field. Every field is like the place is a reference to the like, it's like a pointer, I guess. So where does this thing live in memory? The reason we do this is because I want to be able to have references to tuple field number 0, right? So how do I get a reference to the field? I need to know the address where it lives, the place. That's what the place is about, right? Yeah. Are talking about value equality? Yeah, I am. We want the value equality, not the reference equality, basically, yes. When I have your stream open at work, I cover your webcam with an empty terminal, so it looks like I'm just typing the code. I see. So yeah, and because of that, basically we don't store the values directly. We store them behind a pointer, which leads to equality being treated as pointer equality instead of the value equality, right? So that needs to be fixed. Yes, yes. But if you haven't seen what we have done with the language yet, I can show you. I can show you this. I made a game with the language already. Look at this. Beautiful, right? Right. Okay, so how do I fix this thing? Without touching too much code. Because a lot of these equalities are basically being derived. But OCaml is a very annoying language where if I define recursive types, like I'm doing here, then I can only derive either for all of them or for none. But I can override the way equality is derived locally. Would there be a time where someone would want to check for equality by references, though? Well, the language semantics is like if you want to do that, it is possible that that is something that you want indeed. But like I'm supposed to just store the value directly. Like when I'm going to to compile this into actually native code, there is not going to be the indirection. So I'm not going to store it behind like 10 pointers like I'm doing right now. At the same time, like when I'm transpiling to JavaScript, for example, I'm still supposed to like use the objects. Like, and I would need to compare the values inside and stuff. I don't know. I mean, yes, there are options where you want to check for equality by a reference. But I think in case you want to do this, you would say that like, well, I mean, you basically would compare the references explicitly, right? So you have value A and you have value B. If when you say A is equal to B, you are comparing the values. If you want to compare the references, you can like take the reference and compare those, obviously, right? That's already how it works in Rust, I guess. So yeah, and like C++ and whatever. Elm. What Elm? Elm is a language. I'm not writing Elm. No. So want value tuple field. I think this thing should basically compare the places. Equal and compare functions. And I need to inline it here, which is annoying. But basically, I want to compare the states of the places. That's all that I want to do. Wait. Hold on. I'm already saying that when I'm comparing places, IDs are... Okay, hold on a second. I'm just comparing the states, and this is supposed to be that. It's supposed to actually work. Wait, what? Hold on a second. Why does it not work? Then I think this code tells me that it is supposed to work. Okay, so I have added this, but it was not found in a map. Why not then? Why not then? So then the other thing... Then the other thing... Yeah, why is it not equal, I guess, is the question. Why cannot find the implementation? Why can I not find the implementation? no impl. And these are the existing impls. Wait. Wait a second. The issue is now different. Blocked file shape. T is not equal to T. Oh no. Wait. What did I touch? No. Did I touch something? Oh, the places are equal is true. Yeah. This should go away. Discard. That was temporary. Okay. So no implementation. Wait, no implementation, and there are no implementations in the scope. Hold on a second. Unless I did not print it successfully right now. Log info, exist implementation. Wait a second. Yes, it is empty. What? So if I did not find the implementation, I'm supposed to print. Oh, but I'm printing it after. I see. I am printing it after. So I should do this first, then report the error. Right? Okay. Okay, there we go. Exists implementation int32 as random range. And I have not found implementation of int32 as range generate random range. Even though it exists. Obviously it exists. Let's figure out why. Why? Let's take a look at the type definition itself again. So we'll have a value, which is a tuple. Value tuple has the tuple fields. And the type, by the way, maybe the type is not the same for some reason. I apologize for disturbing you. What? It's okay. I apologize for disturbing you. Deagle? Alright. Okay. Alright. Is today the apologizing day or something? I apologize, guys, for I don't know what form, for having bugs in my language. For not knowing how to fix it yet. Let's try to say that a value tuple is the same, like I should ignore the types. Let's see if it's the type that's the issue. Maybe for some reason. I think this should be ignored anyway. Maybe. That's not the issue. So it's inside of the value tuple field. Spans are not equal. Like, why do I care about this? Why do I care about this? We should just compare the place itself, right? This is going to be fixed right now. Right now. Trust. Yes, it is fixed. Easy. First try. Just ignore some fields when we like compare the equality, right? Because like this span is basically the span where this field was like this is the place in code where we were constructing this field, but since like we were constructing this in different places, they were not equal, but the values are equal, and we only care about the values here. Okay, easy. It's fixed, but has 28 warnings. It's okay. The warnings don't matter. All right. The guessing number game still works. Okay, that is what matters. Okay, fixing bugs done. I mean, there are more bugs, but we're going to ignore those. This is the bug that mattered. So this was me changing the the syntax for the variants, right? I wonder how cool future current girlfriend gonna understand his interest in programming. I'm married. Yeah, I don't think there is a problem with my interest in programming. When did you start being a full-time mouse user? Are you saying that I should close VS Code and open NeoVim and stop using the mouse? Alright, let's forget that mouse exists. For a second. Let's pretend to be... Dun, 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 dun. Does she even understand the jargons you're communicating to her? You don't need programming jargon for bad. You know, that it is how you look more legit and it is street cred on Twitch. Yeah, I know. Yes. That's why we want to use Vim to like so that other people understand that I'm a proper programmer, right? Otherwise, it's not impressive enough if you use VS Code. I agree. When will Kuvi use a real editor like Ed? Well, I mean, hold on. How about the real editor like Fresh? Have you seen this? Hold on. How do you quit this? File quit. What about Emacs? I don't have. I've never used Emacs actually. Emacs. It's 100 megabytes. Why is it 100 megabytes? Oh, you can use mouse here. I can probably use it. Is there a different version of Emacs that works in the terminal? Alright, I'm not going to do Emacs. No? Emacs has to be the GUI? Interesting. Dun, 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 dun. All right, I wanted to like commit. Yeah, you see, like I can use the lazy git instead of like this stuff. You know, I know how to do things. You know, let's do this. Let's do this. Change. Don't require parents for variants. Is what I did, right? Xyle is a lighter variant of Emacs, which uses GUIL instead of Lisp. Isn't GUIL the language that is used in like GUIX operating system, which is like the alternative to Nix, which I'm using? Yeah. All right, let's try to run some other code, like the Twitch chatbot with the updated stuff, because I guess I will have to like fix that too, right? Yeah, let's go to the Twitch. Let's go over the project. Advent of code later, right? Let's start with this simple one, which is the Twitch bot. Projects. Kubibot. We're going to do. Let's make sure that I push this though. Right, so we're just going to flake update here. Hermit on the hip. Hello, hello. Cannot believe you haven't activated Linux yet. Yeah. Eventually I'll become rich and I will activate my Linux. Although maybe eventually, instead of, well, how about this instead? Instead of activating Linux, how about we finish the programming language that I'm making and then we write our own operating system, and then I don't need the Linux activation. Yeah, sounds like a good plan, right? So here is the stuff. Here's the stuff. Is my language server going to wake up? Maybe something is not working here. Actually, probably the case, right? Kast main KS. Did you forget? Yes. Okay. Now, how do you guys do this when you do Vim? Teach me the secrets. When we know a file, right? So in VS Code, I just click this shit, right? But how do I go to this file? Do I need to like remember it in my head and then like go to this file and then like look it up again and then like go to line 49? Is there a faster way? You need to run this stuff in quick fix or something? What do you mean? Like implement the fixing here? Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier. I don't think I can. I mean, I can implement this like as an automatic stuff instead of fixing the code manually, but I don't know. Line 65. Let key value. Line 106. Oh, you mean quick fix? Vim has a special mode for speed up the edit, compile, edit cycle. This is inspired by the quick fix option of the Amiga. In Vim, the quick fix commands are used more generally to find the list of positions in files. For example, Vim grep. You can use the positions in a script. Well, I mean, technically we have the LSP, right? So since I have the LSP, I can just open the workspace diagnostics, and we actually have this. There you go. Right? Oh, this also needs to be an object, I guess, now. Yeah, there you go. There you go. But I mean, sometimes I do it like at runtime when the LSP is not there. So quick fix, how you use it? If you have the error message in a file, vimq file name. So you like load the quick fixes from which are stored inside of a file, right? So I could redirect my output to a file or like something, and then like open the quick fix list from a file. Or is it like that's like you have the error messages in a file? Like, is it like looking for all of the things? This is too much to read. Is your wife as big of a nerd? She's not a programmer, no. Wait, are you saying I'm a nerd? Rude. I mean, yes, we are. Let part unparsed. I cannot do this, but I can do that, I guess, here. Right, yes, okay. This is like that. This thing. I guess also like the formatting of this stuff should include the spaces before and after, if it is not a multi-line thing, is what I would do. Wait, I have a plugin for like the surrounding, right? MS, no, I don't remember. Help them surround. More mappings. How do you do this? Yeah, now we just yes, I want to surround the selection. Visual mode S mapping. So we just do S stuff. Yeah. Wait, can you change though? I want to like change, and you want to also delete, right? Yeah, DS. Can you like change? Yes, you do CS, right? And in visual mode, this would be like capital C, I'm assuming. Do you create some retro game? Oh, thank you for the gifted sub, by the way. I'm not creating a retro game now. I mean, Linksider is a game, but I wouldn't call it retro, right? The like even the fact that it is using like pixel art graphics, it's like it's breaking the rules of pixel art, so it's not trying to mimic the retro style at all. Like you can see that there are rotating things. That's not how you do retro graphics. So I don't even know if it can be called pixel art there. Could not find user in scope and nick in scope. Yes, okay, over here we need to do that. Okay. Okay, no diagnostics found. Let's run. Alright, but expected tuple got colon at std iter. Expected tuple got colon at std iter 25. Alright. So this is somewhere in std iter line 25. This thing. Oh, it's because of the native implementation. I understand this. This is mod string, I guess. Because I'm going to call a function here with the iter. Yeah, this thing. This is calling a function with a character, but it should instead be a tuple with this thing being the only thing. So we have this thing, which is a single argument, which is if I have a single argument, it gives me the argument. But also I want to make single argument, not like get single argument, I guess. So we have this value. This will return the value, which is a tuple. So we will say value tuple, value inferred, span. So I need the span here too. So this is going to be tuple make field. So we have a single field. Value tuple field. This means that I need the type though, right? Make single arg. I guess, yeah, sure, type. Type tuple. Place is how do I initialize a place? This is pattern matching. Evaluate expression tuple. This is the one. I would just say place in it, right? place in it. Mutability inherit. Value is the argument. Line 21. In. Some records are undefined. Span and type fields. Span. Type field. Boom. Today I'm starting a new life as a fish. Type field is... So like I need to... Yeah, like the issue here is that we have the types available at the interpreter time. So I need to figure out the types here properly. If this is a type tuple, then I need to have this type field. Type field, since this is the single one, then it means that I need like type tuple unwrap single unnamed, I guess, is what I want. Right, yeah. Okay. And over here we have a, some fine, so we say like type, there we go. I think this should work. So I need to make this symbol argument when I'm calling the function in the native module string, right? Over here I'm calling the function. So this should be make single arg c. Oh, it's a camel language server being stupid again. LSP restart. Thank you very much. Span. And the type. Alright, let's fix this real quick and then I'm gonna take lunch break probably. What is the hello. Say hi. Hmm? Say hi. Hello. And figure out the type here that the actual function accepts, I guess. Could boy say that again? Yeah, it's a girl though, not a boy. Boom. And figure out the type here. So this is going to be since this is a function. And figure out the type of it. Let f type is value type of f type await inferred type expect function. Let's do that. First, expect function is giving me the type function tfn. Expect function. Then we are going to say I guess we can match that. If it is some function type, then we will actually do that. But if it's none, then I will do something else. We will return the unit anyway, but in this case over here, I'm going to report the error. Not a function. It is not supposed to be F-type. Format request failed, no machine language servers. Okay, that's why I'm not using Vim. It breaks. And not that like OCaml language server is already broken, and then Vim breaks it even further. So this is a type, but I need a tuple, right? So we want to have the function arguments here. Let function argument type is function type argument type await inferred type shape expect tuple option unwrap. In this case, unwrapping should probably fine. Type our function argument type. Okay, is this going to work? Is this going to work? Let's try. So we just do cast source, cast projects, could be bot source main. What's the issue? Oh, it's going to find the file. Let's go back to this thing, and we're going to basically std sys change directory to file plus std path file std path dir name, and then dir name twice, I guess, so that will go to the parent folder. File must be expression. This should be fixed, I guess, too. Me joins chat. Did we join chat, though? I don't see the message in chat saying that the bot joined. Oh, look at this. Bytes read less than or equal than 0. I think it's because we actually received the fact that yeah, like the token is probably invalid. The token is probably invalid because I need to refresh the token. Refreshing of the token is done over here, right? With bad cops script. I do have the refresh token here, So can we like bash refresh here and then try running this? Oh, there you go. Wasn't Kubibot using a very old version of Kast? No, it was not. It was not. I'm trying, like, I want to keep updated the bot source, the advent of code, because that's how we test the language, and I guess the game that we just made, we're going to make sure that that one is updated too. So yeah, seems like that is working. Okay, fix string iter. Okay, I'm going to now go take a lunch break. And then we will fix the advent of code and the game too, I guess. And yeah, I guess I'm not updating the website today. But I do want to fix the code. Or, wait, hold on. Actually, you know what? I'm probably going to just fix the code off stream, maybe. It's supposed to work, right? We just need to update the new syntax. There's no reason for me to do this. I'm just going to end here. Alright, where do I send you? Hisaka is the only person that is streaming at this hour that I'm following. Any suggestions? Any suggestions? Shader theory. Many low viewers. I mean, that's how Twitch works. Most of the streamers have low viewers. That's just how it works. I mean, I guess it's not really like unique to Twitch. There's a lot of videos on YouTube that have 0 views too, right?
We're gonna call this index.
Oh, it's Rust.
And we'll say we have some sort of
PBF. What does PBF mean? It's a game. Physical based F.
Prepare.
Something. I thought it's PBR, like physical based rendering. Maybe that's something like
I'll take a self.
Like that. Yeah, anyway. See you guys next time. Bye.
We'll return an option of a. We'll want to